Hello, friends. Just trying to get us signed in here to see everything. Move to personal. I should be signed in there. There we go. It's just me. All right, are we live on LinkedIn too? All right, Rodney. Hey, how you doing? One of the things that I wish that StreamYard did better was show us all of the people that were around. Fernando, hello. All right, excellent. We got folks coming in. Let me just go make a quick few announcements. How is everyone today? What's new? What's on your minds? What have folks been thinking about? As we get started, that would be a great thing to chat about. Is it Rodney forbid? Oh, well, that's very important. Rodney forbid? Rodney, you tell me. Are you forbidding things from us? What's happening? I gotta know. You're in charge. Oh, that's fun. Is the 8th page down? Oh, it's just Arc is having a hissy fit. That's always fun. When your browser throws a fit, you know? We'll do it this way. Oh, Jimmy, my friend, how are you? It's good to see you. Just hopping around to drop a few little links to folks to let them know that we're live. Jimmy, yeah, I think actually I am doing pretty well today, which is great. Rodney is too modest. He is very modest. Quite a modest man, that Rodney. There we go. Come on. First time here. What's the clinic about, Fernando? Well, welcome to the Atlassian Clinic. What the Atlassian Clinic is effectively about is your issues that you're having with Atlassian products. Whatever it is, anything you have questions about, it's your time to ask. We'll solve them live if we need to. Doesn't matter if I've had experience with the issue before. Otherwise, either way, we will go ahead and figure it out together as a team. Oh, Rodney, the divine god of Atlassian. That's really amazing. I could just imagine. Is he in the form of a does he come in the form of a human, or is it a giant A? Just a giant letter A. All right, give me 1 second here. Automatically takes me where it needs to go. Okay, was just making sure that that's working. All right. Just drop a couple links here. All right, community events, champion events. All right. No, Rodney? Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Not going to entertain the thought. I appreciate that kindness and thoughtfulness on your part. I am only specifically hoping that we get. I'm just going to ping Susan to make sure, see if she's able to join, since we were working with her on her problem last time, and I'd love to finish it up. All right. Yeah, this apparently is the other thing that I'm learning, Rodney, which you probably already knew. But the experience of doing StreamYard and trying to like manage, like making sure that everybody is like around and that you're catching everything that's happening in all of the different um places. Like, I don't even know how many people are watching, because there it goes. I see there's a 5 button. Okay, everybody's on LinkedIn. Or sorry, no, there's a bunch of people on YouTube. Maybe it doesn't show up for LinkedIn because Rodney, you're from LinkedIn, and I know that you're here, and so is Jimmy. So I think in LinkedIn I have to actually go look to see how many people are there, which is wild. LinkedIn, get your act together. Let's see here. Let me just make sure that everything is live on the LinkedIn and we're looking good. I mean, it obviously is. Rodney is here, and so is Jimmy. Jimmy, okay, you want to throw a "we are not worthy" refrain? All right, excellent. Okay. Here is the event. We're obviously live. That's good. Okay, just checking to see who all is in this chat. Does it tell you that here even? Oh, 3 people. Okay, cool. Great. And let me just do a quick share. Love my Forge. Yes. Yes. Jimmy, you asked, let me throw this up. You said you love my Forge video, and do I have any plans on building something with the community sometime in the future? Oh, Jimmy, you have no idea. Absolutely, there are plans. There are incredibly exciting plans. So I am really excited about the things that are coming up, and I can't wait to share them with you. We should have an announcement here shortly, actually. Oh, there you go. Switching to YouTube. Well, that's so far, but they might start to deify you. I don't know, Rodney. Okay. Anyway, so let's actually just doing the last minutes split personality. There he is. Just making my last posts here so that everybody knows, and that I can hopefully get Preston to repost my thing on LinkedIn, because that'd be awesome. I need to share this stuff to like Threads and other places more too. Gotta work on that. But we're gonna get into it and start working on some stuff. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's get going. Let's see. So let me just see. Susan hasn't shown up yet. So I wanna here's what I think we're going to do. I am going to give Doc Jira. Yeah, he should show up too. Where's Doc Jira? Calling Doc Jira. So let me open up the list I have of all of the questions that have come in from folks, and see what we've got. Clinic questions. Here we go. Okay, so let's run through a couple of things that we can take at the top. We'll get into that way. We can give Susan time to show up, and we don't lose her that way. I want to make sure that she has the opportunity to join us for her stuff specifically. But I'm going to get into an instance and then share my screen out with you all. Angie, hello. Oh wow, Alex is busy today. It's his and his wife's 15th wedding anniversary. Congratulations to Alex and his wife. That's amazing. Bernardina is a absolutely amazing person. You can see her on the Jira Life. She is Alex's honestly life general manager. Let's get into it. Oh, okay, right. Gotta switch this. There we go. Let me tell you, friends, when you have too many places to do too many things. It says I have a security key. Do I have a security key? I probably have a pass key somewhere. Okay, we're just going to use the security key for right now, the emergency recovery key. Okay, cool. Mainly because I'm in an instance, I'm in a window that is incognito, which means I don't have one password in it, of course, which means that I can't go ahead and just use my passkey to authenticate. Oh, Jimmy, no. Okay, it was great to see you, friend. Okay, let's get in here. And we're going to go to share this screen. Okie doke. So the question that we have from Anna at Media Probe, and there's probably some fun way that I can put things on stage that I don't know about yet, because my name is Bryan and I started using this thing immediately without trying too hard, if I'm honest. Here we go. Anna from MediaProbe asked, can you merge different instances into one? Anna, you can. And what we can do is I want to show you exactly what that looks like here. So the way that we do that is, if we're in an application like this, so I'm in my admin instance for Atlassian, and if I go to settings, and if I go to data transfer, I can do cloud to cloud migration right here. And the way that works, and then we'll go through this entire thing. So I click start copying, and we create a copy plan right here. And then what we do is we're going to follow these steps, basically. So select our source and destination, select our projects and spaces, select users and groups, validate the data, and then review and copy data. So let's just say we're going to do Confluence in this case. I've got a bunch of sources here. I should have, yep, or a couple. Let's go ahead and put this into AceLA just for fun. All right, so we're setting up a new copy plan. So we're going to select the spaces that we want to copy. Let's say we want to do all of them, just as an example here. I'm going to go ahead and click next. Do I want to move my users and groups? Well, I don't have a choice. Actually, when you're copying data, you got to do users and groups. At least particularly your users, you can do them separately, but like your users are tied to the data and to who the people are. So initially you'll always be copying your users. You can decide who gets access by whether you're doing the groups as well. And there's more information about that right here. And just to give you a quick look at what we sort of can learn here. So when I talk about managing users or groups, when I'm copying data, let me just share this again. So many ways to learn. We'll just do this whole window. That's going to be easier. There we go. Here we go. So it sort of breaks it down here, and it talks about, so you can copy users and groups sort of separately. So we cover all your users, including inactive or deleted users. Deleted users show up as former users. You can copy the specific users and groups related to spaces. So then it'll only bring the ones that are related to the spaces you're moving. And then you can do the ones who are also referenced in the selected space. So if they don't have access to those spaces, but they're referenced, then you can also catch them. You can also do users and groups separately. And the thing about that is that you can add users to their groups after you copy the data, so you can control who gets app access. If you're copying users with their groups, that means users will remain added in the groups they were a part of when they in the destination, and they'll get app access automatically because the groups come over and you get the same access as you move over. So that's important to know. This information is linked right there on the page when you're doing this, when you're putting this together. Let's go ahead and just do all users and groups, but we're going to do the users and groups separately so that we don't copy the groups over at the same time. So we select all of the data. Now what's going to happen is the Atlassian platform is going to validate this migration for us. And it's going to walk through here. It's going to make sure that everything's right. This is the biggest thing that's going to happen here, which is going to say some spaces already exist on the destination. So each space has to use a unique key. So you have to check, like, are there spaces that are coming over that have the same thing? If there are, then you either need to permanently delete the spaces or move pages to a space with a different space key and then select the space. But the first thing you do, and for some reason they always make you download a CSV file, is you download the CSV file, and then, all right, so you can't see this, but I'm gonna just show you all. I'll let you all know. It's just me. It's just my space. It's basically, the source space is Bryan Guffey. The target space name is Bryan Guffey. And they actually have the exact same space key, which also happens likely because it's calculated based on my name. So what can I do? The easiest thing for me to do in this case is to go back, and I can just hit remove the space. I don't need my own personal space to copy over. If I did, what I would do is just really quickly go into Confluence, create a new space, move the data over. and then select that space as part of the copy and not my personal space. But for us, I'm just going to remove the space. It'll go run through its validation one more time. Okie doke. Now that that's done, everything's ready. It's just going to give us a chance to review. And it'll say about 11 minutes of time. It's going to copy 14 spaces, 161 pages, 61 megabytes of attachments, 71 users, 80 groups, though we are doing the groups separately. So then we hit copy data, and it's going to start working. We'll come back to this, Anna, so I'll show you what it looks like when we're done. All righty, we got 9 folks in here. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me throw up a quick I want to throw up a quick place for you all to, if you got questions as we're working through stuff. If I can figure. Okay, where did I do this? There we go. Let me just go look here, see if we've got anything else going on. Submissions, not yet. That's cool. As we're going through, folks, feel free. Okie doke. So let's go ahead and move on to our next question that I have on my list here from previously. Next up is, let's see here. Ooh, this might be a good one. All right, this is not a short one. All right. Can I even put this whole thing on here? No. So many interesting options that I'm going to continue to figure out how to do effectively here. But let me read out this question. It's from Angie Allen at UDX. And Angie, hey Pramod, it's going to be this is going to be, the stream will be saved afterwards, so you'll be able to check it out then. So Angie from UDX said there are many JQL questions, which is like probably the understatement of the year, that we all have many JQL questions. Starting with, I used to be able to use a search in our on-prem version that can no longer be found in the cloud version. For example, the query to differentiate between sprint commits rolled to the next sprint and post-sprint commits. This is the, I'm just going to put up on the screen what she used previously. This was the previous JQL query she used. Issue function not in added after sprint start with the sprint ID, or issue function in added after sprint start, Scrum board ID. Order by custom field 10014 ascending. That probably is less important. That's ordering something in specialty, but what we want to look at is our JQL functions, specifically whether something was added after the sprint start or not. So I'm not going to pretend that I remember all of the Jira Cloud JQL functions. So what I'm going to do is go to the documentation. Now, I use Google Search a lot. I think it's probably also important for me to show folks that if I'm in our Jira here, actually even just here, I can smack this button and search help articles, JQL functions. So here's all this documentation here. Developer documentation, regular documentation, it all exists. But if I hit this, it'll open up the JQL functions. So let's see here. We're looking at and I am a little skeptical of the fact I don't think regularly we use issue function. Let me just check something. Right. Okay. Yeah, so here's part of the thing. This makes perfect sense. I thought I recognized the issue function, and I was right. Yep, there it is, Rodney. You got it too. Issue function is for script runner, which is different in cloud. So partially what we're dealing with here is does script runner still have that function? So here's what we'll do. Script runner cloud. If you still have script runner and you have script runner cloud installed, let's see what we've got here. Script runner enhanced search for Jira Cloud. This is basically giving you additional issue functions. That's what they did here, so it's different. So enhanced search JQL keywords, JQL functions. So that's what we get here. So let's see, what do we have here? Agile and sprint management. All right, so it still is here. So here's what we've got. Added after sprint start is still a function. And it takes the parameters of the board name or ID, and the sprint is optional. So what is probably no longer working with you, Angie, very specifically. A couple things here. Yeah, order by is not applicable in JQL function, but oh, here you are, Angie. Great. Okay, you can no longer use order by. Okay, couple of things. Oh, I'm really glad you're here. Amazing. I hadn't seen that. Okay, so you're using script runner here in cloud. Added after sprint start requires the board name or ID. The sprint is optional. So the optional is the specific sprint query. The specific print to sprint to query. So if you're doing issue function not in added after sprint start, you need to include the board ID in both of the function calls. So in your parameters. So your new one would look like this. All right, I'm going to give you the new one. I mean, it'll be issue function, not in added after sprint start, Scrum board ID, and then comma sprint ID. Or issue function in added after sprint start, Scrum board ID, comma sprint ID. If you want to use the sprint ID in both, or you can just use the Scrum board ID, and then you could filter off. Then you could just look at the latest sprint if you wanted, and you could then make that dynamic based on the sprint. Because you could look at the previous, like the previous sprint. You could use previous sprint against the board to analyze that work. In fact, they have something right here. Well, that's unfinished work. They're using fixed versions. So there's a different way that you could do that. But yes, this is the link. Let me send that link over to you as well. There you go. All right, next up. Interesting. This is of course, happy to help. All right. The next question we had was from Ankush Adhikari from Gurzu, who said how to address issue and prioritize tasks. So, large, big. Me too. Yeah, absolutely, Rodney. Large, big question here from Ankush, which is just how to address issues and prioritize tasks. Well, there's lots of ways, but let's go over some quick. Let's see where we are with the copying here. Okay, we're still going. It looks like show the details. Let's make sure. Yep, still working. Okay, so let's go hop into our Jira. I'm not above giant questions. How to address issue and prioritize tasks? Well, using a project. And in a project, I really have no. Oh, right. I forgot that this is the way things. Ah, here we go. Excellent. Okay. Okay, so for anybody who's new to Jira, I'll just go really quick here. When I think about prioritizing tasks, there's a couple of things I think about. One is I start with the backlog. And the backlog, these are ranked, or these can be ranked. Like I can take one and I move it up. That means it's ranked higher. You don't see the rank here, but there's a special JQL function or like value in here that is the ranking. And so the ranking is captured. So you can rank in the background your particular work items that you're not currently working on. Then, additionally, if you are active and have a sprint currently active and you're working on stuff, there's another field that there's other fields that you can use inside here, which are priority. And that priority will also help you decide what is the most important thing to work on. And these are filterable. So I can say, I'm going to use the natural language Jira search just for fun. All right, show me all mobile dev issues with a priority of high or higher or of high or better. I might not be able to talk that. That might be a little much for it. Yeah, it is a little much for it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I don't know why they chose equals incidents. Huh. Yeah, your project and work selection is invalid. That makes sense. There we go. Oh, AI gets things almost right, and then I can clean it up. Get Time Machine to complete on time. Anything that's included in one Atlassian is that. That's just the reality. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So yeah, here we are, and so I can, you can prioritize things that way. To work on things. And what's the other half of this question? How to address issues? Well, addressing issues is just moving them along, typing things in. I don't know, that's what we're calling a resolution. And then I'm going to say that it's done. Lots of other pieces here. I can set up my code tools. I can do branches and commits. So many different pieces here. But ultimately, to address issues, what I'm doing is I am assigning them, moving them through statuses, commenting on them, and then closing them, and then completing them when they're done. For more information about that, check out the other live learnings that we have going on. There's a lot of like intro to Jira that would be really helpful probably for you, Ankush. All right. Dave Lines or Lines, I don't know which. Sorry, Dave. You can come after me if I did a really bad job in pronouncing your name, from ZeniMax Online Studios. Asked, how can I see how many archived and non-archived projects, or sorry, pages I have in my Confluence space? Well, friends, you've probably figured out that the way that I operate in this case is we're just going to go do it, and we're going to go see how we solve that problem. All right. So the easiest way to do this is actually probably going to the advanced search, and then where is it here? Maybe it doesn't have it here. I mean, show archived content. But I want to see if there is an archived particular. There may not be, because I think you can search for archived content, and there's probably. Well, let's see. Is there a CQL tag? But the easier way to do this is to just go to a space. Let's go to my space. I don't have anything archived in my space right now. But if we go to my Confluence space, and I mean, I can archive some stuff. Let me do that. Archive. Nope, I don't want to tell anybody why. It's more fun to not tell them. Won't won't. All right, so now here I am. I'm a space person. I'm a space, like what we would call a space administrator or something like that. So I can go here, and I can, a couple of things I can go look at here. So let's start with the content manager. So I can look here and see. Yeah, this is what I thought. Maybe all of this is just basically continued, like, of gender. Like, it does not tell you actually anything about archives here. Also won't tell you anything about this. Is all focused on active content in general. So the easiest way to understand this is to go look at what is archived. And then you'll see. So the real answer here, and I am feeling this now, and I see where you're running into, is how do I find out in a space quickly how many pages are archived or not archived? And the answer is, I'm pretty certain that you're not going to get it in the UI base layer. So here's what we're going to do next. Advanced searching using CQL. So CQL is Confluence query language. The purpose of Confluence query language is effectively, really, like, mainly developers use it when they're implementing things in their apps, because you can use operators and such here and keywords so that you can return certain things in your app. What we're going to do is use that same thing, and we're going to look to understand what we can learn about Okay, that's just going to be searching. That's not going to help me. Type. We get types there. Subtype is going to be... All right. So what this tells me as well is that one of the things I need to understand, what's in the functions here? End of week, end of service, reserved characters, keywords, and or not by operators, equals, all of those fun things. All right. So next thing we're going to do, so this is how we figure things out. We're going to go check out the REST API. And the REST API, we're going to go look at Confluence pages here. And I want to find out if I can determine whether a page is archived in the REST API. And in the REST API, we're full in developer things now, friends. So this is fun. But let's take a look at what we have here. Status, content status. There we go. Content status is archived. So what I can do now, knowing this information, is I can become a tiny little developer. And I'm going to I'm going to show you how to write a quick script. And I mean, maybe we'll come back even and I'll show you how to turn this into a tiny little Confluence app, which would be really fun. But so this is status, content status. Let's make one more check. Let's go back and looking at searching against get pages. Let me just see here. And we can sort by status. Yes. Okay, cool. So, but then I want to go look at searching by the SQL fields. Did it give me status? Nope, page status. Oh, page status. Ooh, that's different though. Page status, I'm pretty certain. Let's see. Yeah, page status is a given page status for content on the page versus when we go to the REST API and we look at page and then we get status. That's a different thing. So we need to find pages that are archived versus non-archived. So we need to construct an API call. First things first, when we're dealing with API calls, we need to get API tokens, and then we need to go ahead and when we're doing a general REST API call, we need to turn that API token along with our email address into base64. So the way that we do that is this. And we're going to use this example that they use here is curl. And the reason we're going to use curl is, and I don't know why they continue to do just putting this thing here, email example API token. I'm pretty sure that no longer works. And you need to really be encoding things. It really makes me uncomfortable that that's the way that they show this here. But there's a couple of ways to do this. We can use curl directly. We can also use like Postman or something like that to answer this question. Let me just take a really quick check here off the side to see if curl actually works this way, because I just want to be sure. So the reason that you don't use curl this way, just like with that stuff in the open, is because that means that it's literally sending at least it's sending at least part of your message with your API token wide open and like completely public. And we do not wish to do that. So let's just actually and then how am I formatting the request here? Let's see here. Oh, actually, let me show you guys some other amazing things that happen here. We will actually use the Postman collection because I want to show you how quickly you can actually do this sort of like live. So we're going to hit Postman collection It's going to download. I actually want to open Postman here. Postman is an API client. There's a bunch of different ones that you can use in different places. I want to show you because it's an incredibly powerful tool to use. Okay. All right, we're going to import an API collection. That's the thing that we just downloaded. So we're going to select the file that I just downloaded, which should be in the downloads folder. Okay, we'll just drop it. I understand computers sometimes, and I work with them every single day. Here we go. Okay, so now we have the entire REST API in our workspace. I don't need to go look things up. I can just use it right here. So I can go to page, and I want to get pages. And in fact, I think I can use get pages in space. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. All right. And this is the thing. So this is what I want to show folks too. The way that Atlassian recommends that you're doing authorization here, let's talk about that. REST API. If you're authenticating directly against the REST API, the REST API supports basic REST app authorization. So what's that look like? Yes, this is what I thought. It says curl this, and it says like this user thing. You have to replace your email domain and your username with your user. That makes sense. Okay. So you can construct them in basic auth headers yourself, including a base64 token. And then what you can do is when you do that, you just use authorization basic and your encoded string. So that's what we're going to do. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to get our email domain and our API token. Susan, you're here. Once we finish this one up, we're going to go back to you. All right, so let's pop back over here. Let's go into my profile. Security, API tokens. Yep. Got to be verified because we take security seriously. So let me paste this in. I don't keep this one because that's the one I'm working on. We're working on with Susan. So now we're going to do create an LP. So this is going to be, I'm just creating a generic one here. So actually, you know what we're going to do? We're using it for Confluence. So we can do a scope token. So we're going to do, just giving a quick name to it. And I'm going to set it to expire tomorrow because I won't need it after today. And we're going to basically choose it's an API token for Confluence, so it can only access the Confluence APIs. And let's see here. This is the wild part. Okay, so I want to be able to read all Confluence content effectively. There we go. We'll see if this works. Last time we had some problems with using scoped tokens. So we'll create the token. The token is here. I'm going to copy the token. And then off screen, because you guys don't need to see this part, This is me just going ahead and creating my embedded my basically my base 64 token, where I'll show you. It's not a problem. Let's do this. Present. Nothing really secret here. So this is what you do. I don't care if you see this token. You guys are not going to be able to copy it fast enough. You might, but I mean, this is a demo instance with no important information. And then I'm going to echo it out to base 64. There we go. It gives me a base 64 token. That token is the one that I'm going to use in my API calls. And actually, we are probably going, no, we're going to go back to Postman. That works. Yes. So back to sharing the screen here. And over here. Got it. Okay. So, right, we're not going to use authorization here. We're not going to use theirs because we're going to use custom authorization. So we're just going to add in authorization. And then we're going to do basic. And that's the token. You can store this in a variable other ways too. I'm doing it really simply here. I am right. So, and you can see in the collection now, there are variables in here that I can use. So let me see, where is this at? I have no idea, honestly. We're going to figure it out together. There we go, variables and request. There we go. Interesting that it's using that. So let's just take a look here about paths. This is the other thing. Atlassian moving to cloud has started this whole new thing about how you call REST APIs in different places. So using the REST API. Using the API, step one, done. False. I love the API. You'll never stop me. You'll never stop me. Yeah, it says it's using that. We're going to find out because once again, Atlassian is, I'm getting a different thing here. When do I use api.atlassian.com versus the base URL of the site? There we go. They should probably put this in like the Confluence side too. The reference maybe. Maybe it's over there. I didn't see it. Let's see. Reference. No, it's totally not. Like that's the thing that they should probably add. Don't get me started. Okay, so we're going to use the base URL. That's fine. So we're going to come back to here. Well, except that this is their collection. Sure, you know what? Let's put in the base path here. I don't remember what %7b is for URL encoding. We're going to find out. Sometimes, because when I see things like that, I get uncomfortable. I'm like, I need to know what's going on. Oh, well, that's terrible. It doesn't mean anything in this case. Really bad design, my friends. So this should really just be one.atlas or one dash, what was this? Hold on. Your domain, yes. One dash Atlas JGIO. Or it's JGLO. I can't really remember. Let's find out. JGIO. Okay, cool. So that would give you all of these different pieces here. Get pages in space. Excellent. Params. This is great. So we can now add basically, what's the idea of the space that we want? I see I can do it two different ways. Okay, so what does the description say? The ID for spaces of which have been returned. So let's go back here. And here's the fun ID of my space right here. They're not all like that. Like normal ones have like normal names. Like for example, if you go look at another space here, EO. Like look how much easier EO is. But names with spaces and things like that, they get super weird. So then that's why that happens. So we're going to drop in the ID here. For that, we have the base path, the protocol, the host. We have the headers of the authorization. We have accept application JSON. And then params, we want status. Because I believe that is, there we go. Look at all this. It gives us all of this stuff right here. Current and archived are used. So we're going to use archived. So then when we look at the overall, there's a way to see the whole request. Here, let's see the code. So that's what you would send if you were doing curl. We're going to just use this right here, and let's see how it goes. Oh, I mean, I see something I did it wrong here, which is that I had to put the whole domain in for the host, and I didn't do that. So okay, so now we don't buy it anymore. We're going back to the other way, which is going to just use this whole domain here. But yes, Rodney's point, and I understand why he's saying it, is don't use the domain, don't use this. But the reality is that, and then if we take this piece out, then we have wiki.api -v2, which I believe is the correct base path. We can check by looking at the code here. And let's confirm against our REST API. Spaces ID pages. Yeah. Status equals archived. There we go. Oh, unauthorized. Ooh, request has been applied because the target resource because it lacks valid authentication credentials for that resource. I mean, this is probably the same problem I ran before. So we're going to go do our other thing here where we're going to create a new API token. That's just a generic token. because sometimes I find that the scopes don't work. So now back to doing my base 64. Probably at some point I should open up a ticket with Atlassian about this and say, this is annoying. Why is this the way that this works? That is the correct format. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy. Cool. New base 64 icon token. All right, I will replace that in my auth. Provided value is not the correct type. Expected I type is long. And I mean, so this is where Rodney goes, see, I told you, this is ridiculous. Why are you doing all of this? It's so much. ID, the ID of the space for which pages should be returned. I am using the correct value. So why does it not like it? Well, you know what? Let's do something different here. Let's actually use another space that has a simpler structure here. And we're going to archive a couple of these pages here. Because this space ID is literally EO. Well, that's actually the key. So let's just check. Get pages in space. ID, integer. The ID of the space for which pages should be returned. Okay, let's think something here. So this is fun. I bet a space has a different ID. So let's go to space. All right, get spaces. Great, excellent. That's all working correctly. Ooh, inherit Hoth from parent. That would be great, actually. Let's do that. We can do that. Haha, I can just set this right here. Authorization. Okay, so how do I do that's not how I want to do it. Actually, you know what? I wonder. It may take care. I can't remember, but it's very possible that this takes care of it for ourselves. Yep, it does. Okay. That makes our lives easier. I should have known that. Postman will automatically do your encoding for you. So I'm just going to set this at the top level, set as a variable. There we go. Now I can go down to get spaces. Authorization, we're going to use inherit auth from parent. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, because you totally do. It should be basic auth if I inherit auth from parent. Okay, I don't understand. We'll find out what's going to happen. But with this, it should actually just return what I want it to. 404 not found. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, because I reloaded, of course. Host base path. Oh, it didn't pass the authorization for some reason. Okay. There we go. Yeah, but it doesn't have a username yet. Fine, I'm not going to fight. There we go. Here's our spaces right here. So now let's look up employee onboarding. ID, there it is. So this is correct. IDs are different. So now we take the ID and we go back to page, get page by ID. Or get pages in space, that's the one we want. Get pages in space. Okay, so params. There we go. Status. We have the ID. We have the base path. Authorization. I don't know why I still don't have the API token in here. Anyway, you can tell Postman is not the thing I know the best, but I know the API well. Okay, now there we go. Look at that. So now we have an item that is we can now get the basic API information via a curl call. So now what I want to do is, let's see here. So now what you would do is that you would wrap this in a script. And that script, all right, you would probably not use curl. You would probably use Python. So when we come back here, you can see that there's options here for like Python. So we can basically write a quick script here that's going to use the Python request library. And we're going to then ask it to give us a count after we get the numbers. So, if we were going to do that, I don't pretend that I write code, but what I do is I use ChatGPT and Claude. Okay. Oh, cool. That's certainly one way to do it. Yeah, and then you just drop in the items. You'll probably need to make sure if it's actually base64 encoding your API. REST, I think the requests API will do that. I mean, friends, should we see if this works? It won't take me but a second to do. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about that side. That's so true. Okay, let's open up. I mean, let's just do it this way. Let's make it as okay. Let's go to terminal. Okay. I always forget the commands for creating a Python virtual environment. It is. Yes. What? Oh, okay. I understand what it's saying. if I'm going to do it this way, yeah, okay, I did that wrong. That's okay. All right, so let's just do it like this. I'm going to open up another window, my text editor. Yes, I'm not using VS Code because I'm a nerd. Where am I putting it? This is the question, Susan. I'm literally just doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm just putting the code into this editor right here. So the Confluence, and then I just run it with. So Python has to be installed on your computer. But then you can create a virtual environment like I did, and then you just run with the Python command. You create the Python code in a file with a .py with a .py extension, and then after that you can just basically run the file. So that's how that works, which is kind of wild. And I think like that's one of the things where a lot of people get caught up. They're like, I don't even know how to do that part, which is like 110% fair. And also maybe that is an opportunity for us to do just a class on like how do you do like basic like basic information, like how do I set up a development environment so that I can even do any of this stuff, because I certainly had to learn all that. All right, the ID of the space here, apparently maybe I can use the key too. Let's see what it says here. Get pages by in space. ID is an integer. It says just ID now, so I'm not trusting Cloud, you notice I validated how everything is going to work. The part I don't know is like the the stuff around it where it does like Python counting off the top of my head. The good part is that like that's the part that Claude is most likely to be good at. So it's doing requests and then it's using counter. It imports JSON and then it uses these different types to understand what this is. So it's going to do a counter and then it's basically creating a class with a bunch of information here. And then it is going ahead and defining these are functions. And then what it does is it basically, the main function here contains the configuration, it validates it, and then it runs the counter. And then it prints the status report. And then it gives you exceptions if there's a problem. Ah. See, Rodney, this is when you say don't, and I know you're lying because this means that you know how all this stuff works. Okay, so now I need to save this, and we're going to call it projects Python. We're going to call it okay, so going back over to the terminal. Oh, that's so funny. Why don't it just let me do multiple screens anyway? Stop screen, present, share screen, window, back over here. And now we're going to do, we need to do import requests. Oh, sorry, pip install requests. Yep. I haven't seen pictures. No, Rodney. Okay, and now we just do this. We go Python. There we go, and it gives us a little report. And is that correct? Well, we can go tell right now. All right, how many total pages do we have in here? Let's take a look. That's 4 public, I believe. Yep, and then if we want to go look at what's in our archive content. Oh, action items, draft. Oh, interesting. Oh, because it was a draft probably. Huh, that's interesting. Because I got 1 archived page. And that is a page. So we can certainly look to see in our code what's going on. Why didn't it, did we miss anything here? Let me just see here. For page and page status. Ooh, it really did the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, this effectively is, that's how we do that. And for the sake of everybody else, give me one moment here. And if this works, Okay, anyway, while this works, hopefully, I'm trying to get the artifact published so that I can just share the script out. Otherwise, I'll put a link in. That's going under maintenance right now, so we'll get that out. But all right, Susan, you're here. Excellent. Hi, welcome. So, as a recap for folks, actually, hold on. It's been 12. It's almost 1:30. Okay, we'll keep going. All right. So, as a recap for folks previously, what were we working on with Susan? Oh wait, did it not? What? Let me make sure I'm sharing the right screen. There we go. So, man, Susan, do you remember? I think we were maybe in ITS. I think so, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then we want to go over to automation, which is currently under here in project settings. Maybe there's another way to go to it. I get confused. Automation. There we go. So, here's where we were. Oh, that's right. Wait, which live stream do you have today, Rodney? Is today TJL? I thought TJL was on Thursdays. So what Susan and just so we can walk through what we were doing here is basically Susan had a situation where people were putting information into a single select dropdown, but if the information wasn't in that dropdown, then they would put it into a text field called other. She needed a way to automatically update the dropdown options for the text field, for the dropdown field with what was put into other. Because currently she's getting an email and then she's got to go in and do it, and if she doesn't do it quick enough, TJG. Okay. If she doesn't do it quick enough, then other things start to go haywire. And where we had gotten was a little bit of I did a little bit of over engineering, which is really interesting. We did this whole thing where we broke down all of these pieces of the variable, or so we get a request of what all of the options were. And then basically we were looking at what the current last option was. Because in order to update the field, I thought you had to basically know the last number so that you could update the option with a new number. Well, it turns out that this is going to be much simpler than I thought. Because Atlassian, in their infinite wisdom, thought about this. It's not this one, it's the Jira platform. Put those things together, it's confusing. So issue custom field options app, not apps, right here. Get custom field options context. So we're using this to get the options, and we're checking basically. Well, no, we don't even have to check. This is wild. Yeah, so I made this a lot harder than I needed to be, but that's unsurprising knowing me. I tend to over-engineer things initially to break information down. And also because I didn't test the final endpoint first, right? Because what we're going to do is update the custom field options. Wait, hold on. Right, actually what we're just going to do is we're going to create the custom field option, I think. That's the whole thing we're doing. We're actually going to post to the option. And all we have to give it is the field ID and the context ID. That's the only thing we have to do. So we don't even have to get the other ones and figure out the stuff at all. all we have to do is say, is there something in the other box? Let's go update it and then delete the other box, the information in the other box. Now, Susan, I have a question for you. My question for you is, has anybody ever put something in the other box that was already in the drop-down list? Not yet. Okay, then we won't worry about this right now. So what we're going to do first is we're going to, oh, that's so weird. It shows half of the screen. Fascinating. Okay, what we're going to do first is, so all we actually have to do, like so simply, is just this. So all of these fun things here where we're like, we're getting the information, we're adding the body, we're creating a variable of the last option. What's the current last option? What's the last ID number so that we can increment? If I had taken a moment, and this is, let me make sure that I can show what I realized. And this is a great example of why like reading the documentation is incredibly important. Can I do 2? Will it let me? Nope, not here. Yep. Gotcha, Susan. So I was thinking update custom field options context. What update does is it changes the options that are in there. So if there are 3 options, red, green, and blue, it looks for one of those, red, green, or blue, and then updates the option. Create options in a context creates a new option, which is what we want to do. And the only required parameters are the field ID and the context ID. And we already always know those, the custom field ID and the context ID. And then in the options, the only required value is the new value. Are there any other requirements, Susan, from your perspective? We're adding this to the list. Do we need, like, do you reorder it to be alphabetized or anything? Okie dokie. Yes. That will be a fun one. But let's start by just adding it so we can solve that problem. So we're going to pull out a bunch of things here. We have a new color option. We want to keep that. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Oh, Bryan. We need this. And then we need this. So right now we're running a manual trigger. And right now what we're going to do is we're going to manually trigger the rule. And then if there's a new color option on that item, then what it should do is immediately go ahead and create a variable from it and then send a post request. We can make this even simpler and just put in the option even. Like there's a lot of ways to get really simple here now. And then it should add it to the list. Now, the thing that we're talking about next is how are we going to go? This is the interesting one, which is what do we do if we wanted to ideally alphabetize things? We'll do that in a second. At this point, what I want us to do is go ahead and validate that we can run this process effectively for Susan. All right. So let's go to the portal. All right, I'm in a different window because that's what's happening. Let me switch. Okay, so sorry, let me go back just to see. So Susan, it's this, the automation is so simple now. When we trigger the rule, we're grabbing the custom field, and then we're going to send that to the API for the custom field and add it as a new color option. It's actually that simple to do this. So, and let's just check one other thing. Create custom field options. It just adds them. I'm just confirming it doesn't do anything special in the adding. Right. So there are some opportunities to use some of the stuff we did before in advance or after, but like right now, let's just get the basic stuff working. So let's hit our portal. So let's just go there here. So I don't even remember on which. I think it's on Ask Get IT Help, maybe. Is that where we put the color? Yeah, color others. Cool. Okay, Get IT Help. That's the one. So colors and others. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so from our portal, okie dokie, ITS 6256. Interesting. It already will start to show you. This is a new thing. Shows you what's been run automatically. So there's a bunch of stuff that's set up in here because of the way that this is a demo environment. But what we're going to do is come over here and run update color with other. And we're doing that because what we can see here is a bunch of information that was submitted here. Colors, red, other, puce. Okay, so of course it's always fun when we don't see I don't see a field on my work item, but I know it's in there because we did this before. So there it is. Colors, red, other, puce. Right here, we've got them, right? So I'm going to pin those because that's what we're using. And now I'm going to run our automation rule. Always do things manually first because that way you're able to go ahead and address like test very easily. Manual rules are how you do your testing. We can go to the audit log. And we have a success. And if we look, we can see that it's basically added this new option. So we can also go see that in our custom fields. Custom color context. Now has puce as one of the items. See about these options. So, I wonder. Is there an option? I don't think there is a way. So there's a reorder. Options. The easiest way to reorder options is probably to just you can provide an array of strings that are alphabetized. The hard part is how am I going to alphabetize these strings in an automation? So the next step, Susan, with your automation, simply, I'm just thinking through that as I was going through here. The next step with your automation is going to be what, what? Now we're going to change when our automation rule runs. And what we're going to do is we're going to set it to be. So I'm the type of person who sets these things as tight as I possibly can. So it's a service request. And then, well, actually, I'm going to delete that. Sorry, add a trigger. So I would use value added. And it's probably going to be on a create work item. We can add other ones, but this is probably the easiest way to do it. You can also weirdly then yeah, you could like use the field change weird opportunity, but you don't need to the way that we're doing this here. So now when a value changes for other, that might be one. The other thing might be, let's see, work item created is another option that might be interesting. And then what you could do is do an if. This might be easier. Oh, other. If yeah. So then I'm gonna probably do Yeah, I guess the easiest way might be to just cascade these, do that, and then also if um oh, and Susan, is there a drop down item in the colors list called other? Or like sorry, colors. In the drop down list, if there isn't an option, do they select other and then the other field appears? There's an other option and that displays the other field. Okay, right. So that's the other things that I would do is I would set, so then I would be like the request type equals get IT help. Um and then this would be other. The value isn't in there yet, but and then other is not empty, and then I would create the variable just to make sure that it doesn't get created and this thing doesn't run in a situation when it's not supposed to run. There's one other thing we need to do here. So let me hold on. Let's just do. I'm going to put green just for a minute so that I can do this and make a quick update. And interesting, that probably means that you always want other at the bottom. The rest is alphabetical, but other is not. Gotcha. Add the value to the auto log. Do that. Actually, and here's what we're going to do now. So now what we want to really do is we want to be able to let people know that this has been done. So well, actually, one more thing before we do that. What we want to do is we want to then All right, I have to look at how do I set this field issue here. All right, so single select is cool. Okay, that's what we can do. Excellent. So to set a single select, we use the custom field value, and then we the custom field ID, and then we put value, and then we put the text of the value. So that's perfect because we can use that. Um, so the JSON object can contain the address. Sorry, let me just show you what I'm looking at here. Sorry, got to switch screens again. I have to do better at this part here. Here we go. Advanced field editing using JSON. All right, here we go. So because we're going to do this, because basically what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we are setting the field correctly. So you either use the contributes update or fields. So we would use fields. So I think that means we do this little guy, and then we go down in here to that part. And great. Okay. And then the other part that I discovered is that when we're doing this for a single select, we want to use the custom field, and then we can do the value and then the actual text of it. And that is good because we put our text in, so we can use that text because we have that variable. So coming back to our rule builder, switching to present the screen again. This is actually, I always forget, this is way easier. It's just to select that whole window. There we go. Right, so we use fields. Man, that's the weird part. Fields. Look, I'm just going to do this, and then I'm going to like fix it in there. That'll make my brain, I think, work a little easier. Oh, I mean, I see how this works. Okay. There's a lot of extra stuff they put in here, and that's what broke my brain a little. There should just be... And it is, oh, what? Custom field, where to go? So custom field 10438. And then now I'm confused again. I think it was giving me examples here. Ah! Oh my gosh. Okay. Ah, I see what they're doing. There's the perfect example here. Oh, that's helpful. They're giving us 3 different examples. Yeah, I'm just going to use the custom 10438. Be careful there. All right, here we go. Perfect. Okay. That should work now. So if we go back to our project and go to our portal, let's see what happens. Here we go. No, hold on. 20109. Ooh, what happened here? The following work items did not match the condition. Oh, smart values condition. Huh. Ah. I see. For some reason, I wonder what it. Okay, so this is likely it provides a different response than a 200. In fact, I guess we know that because we captured here. Oh, we captured the web response. Well, what if we just did this? This is where you get into, by the way, Susan, this is where you get into a really interesting thing where we set it up to run automatically, but I probably did it a little early. But now I have this situation where I don't really want to change all of my items. But what I can do here is this. We'll set the web response that way. Then we're going to change this trigger really simply to a manual trigger. So that we can do one more here. Because we're up there, colors equals other is not empty, that's fine. Now in this case, it's not gonna need to add another one. Hold on one second, I got a call coming in. Let me see what's going on here. Hello, can I help you? May I ask who's calling? I'm good. I'm currently in the middle of a live stream. If you could call me after 4 p.m. Pacific, that would be great. All right, bye-bye. Sorry about that, friends. Alrighty, so basically now we are here. We actually this is the only thing we want to address here. And there's two ways we can look at this actually. Let's just take a quick look at what it says about the Jira REST API here. Because it'll probably give us the answer really quickly. Issue type, where is it? Issue custom field options. There we go. Create. What does it return? Okay, so it does return a 200. Oh, well, and it should give me that in the status then. Weird. So oh, maybe because it's returned in application JSON? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to run this again and see if we can get the full web response. That's what we're really checking here. So it doesn't really matter a whole bunch how anything else works here, except we're going to go over here. Actually, though, let's open it and just delete that option from custom fields so that it adds again and we're working in the most correct way. Okay, so now we should be in the same place we were before. And now we should be able to go previous item here and use our trigger. So there's body. There's status. All right, so that's the whole response. Okay, then what does it look like if we do this? And this is the game. This is the game, folks. This is what happens. I'm trying to get the right answer here, so I'm just going to go in here now and go web response. Let's just see here. I'm going to go back to the options for the custom field, clear it again. Interesting. Yes, because the rest of it is also not doing anything yet, because that's where we left it. Okay, that's cool. Okay, everything's updated. I should get rub response.status this time. We'll go back to the issue here. Run that. This is what we did a lot of last time. Get the success. Let's see what we get in the status this time. Response is 200. Okay, so now if the response is 200, why? It's even a number. Oh. Got it. Forgot that part. Oh, but no. What? Oh, nope. I see it now. Man, I gotta tell you, sometimes it's really tiring how intentionally technical these things are. You know what's not gonna work is if I don't put this a capital R. Let's look at this audit log here. Okie doke. So the response is 200, but I probably did not use the correct condition there because I didn't have a capital R for response, Susan. Remember to watch that. So frustrating. Okay, so let's return now one last time. One last time. Yeah, absolutely, because it's JSON, and JSON is case sensitive, especially variable names. Also, Susan, next week you come back, we're going to do a part 3 of this, which is I'm going to show you how you make this a very easy little Forge app that lets you configure this basically like per custom field. That's going to be our bonus round. Okay, here we go. What? No, that's impossible. I'm so frustrated. Wait, automation smart values in cloud. I'm just confirming that I'm not wrong about this. What? Why? Why would you do that? Also, okay, I just want to show that the send web request it's not even on here. This is wild. These are triggers. Okay. Okay, here's what I've just figured out, Susan. I'm going to go cry in a corner for a little bit. To access the response information, I must use webhook response. According to this documentation, which I don't understand since web response.status works. I feel like I'm in a parallel universe at the moment. Other values. It's not even an option here. I really feel like I'm in an alternate universe here. It says webhook response.status. This can't be right. Let me just see something. Webhook response. This is ridiculous. Apparently that's the thing. Why is this the case? I'm going to yell at Atlassian. Oh my gosh. No, I don't believe so. Incoming webhooks here. So it's legacy incoming webhook triggers. It was a new format that they did that shouldn't change what we're doing. But like, who knows what's going to happen here? Let's see. Again, I feel like I've lost my mind a little bit, but yeah, Marty, you could do that same thing. Give me a minute. We can get to that. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Um, so here's what we can do. The easiest way to probably do this is okay. How about this? Oh no, not again. Not again. I just saw the new problem. Better make sure you're using those double. Let's see if this solves the problem now. Sometimes, friends, this is a real true thing. Sometimes it's just in the way that you're writing things. We're going to find out if that was the problem now. One more time. I'll run this way and then I'll try webhook response. If neither one works, then I know that we're just literally currently in Crazy Town. Okay, so we can't use web response.status even if we got the double things. Cool. Wait, there's unsaved changes? What changes were unsaved? Probably what I had just done. Let's try this one more time. I want to lose my mind right now. We're almost there. We're going to get there, Susan. And then I'm going to show you how much easier next week this is to do in Atlassian in Forge and why it's always helpful to do Forge. Okay, cool. Back here, audit log, rule details. Everything's in here now. Web response.status equals 200. All right, let's see if that works. If it doesn't, we'll try webhook response. Okay, so back to 6257. We're going to run the automation again. We're going to flip back to the audit log. And we got I think it worked this time. It surely did. Okay, edit. Oh, colors is now set to other. That's interesting. And that didn't work the way that I meant it to. Colors is now set to other. Huh. Why did it do that? Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's go look at the issue. It said it edited the issue successfully. So let's go take a look at this issue. Colors is set to coconut. That's exactly what we want. It did it right. Maybe it took an extra second. It probably took an extra second for it to go all the way through. But then the new option coconut has been added to the colors drop down. The colors drop down and updated on this issue. Bam. Okay, Marie. Sorry, Susan. Susan, we got it. We got it. We made it happen, Susan. And the last thing we would want to do, Susan, is that we would want to figure out how to alphabetize the damn thing. Before we look at alphabetization, I want to take a moment. I see that MPU asking an automation to disable a cup. To basically, you're asking, can we do an automation to disable a custom field option based on a request? Absolutely. And we've done 98% of the work already. So let me show you what that looks like. We're going to go to the automation that we just built. We're going to duplicate this one, and this is going to be all right. So we're going to have a set here. When do not have a condition, we would want to set our condition type to be I think the way we'd want to do this is we're going to ask a question, and that question is going to be like, now let me ask you this question, MPMRT, is this about creating an automation to disable any custom field option based on a request, or a specific custom, like for any custom field, or for a specific custom field? Okay, for a specific custom field, much easier. Great. Okay, so there's going to be the request is going to be for this specific custom field. It's not going to be that somebody can request it for any custom field. There's only like one or maybe two custom fields that you're really asking this about. Phone model. Okay. Got it. Okay. So what we would want to do is, starting off, we would want to have a request type, a service request. Let me just create a new request type really quick here. Oh, actually, is this in here? Let's see. All right, if it's a custom field, let's do it this way. We're just going to call it a drop down. Okay, so put them on the request fulfillment screens. Okay, now we're going to go back to our I'm going to go back to ITS. Oh yeah, I can just go back here now. All right, request service requests. Oh no, right, this is weird. I got to go to the settings. And what I'm going to add actually is well, and what's going to be this should work great because we're going to be disabling it, and then we're not going to be removing it, which is great because that's going to be the key here. We're just going to use those three. And the work item view, where'd it go? Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Yeah. They changed this. All right, cool. So it's on the request form now. That's great. So now what we're going to do is we have those options. So now that we have our new, we also have our new automation that we're starting to work on here. Now we need to finish cloning it. Cool. All right, so copy this. Here. So basically what we're doing now is we're doing much of the same thing here. Is we are using there we go. And so now we're going to send a request. And we're going to use the Jira Cloud Platform API. And this time we are going to simply update. This is where we're going to update a custom field option. If any of the options are not found, no options are updated. Updated options where the values in the request match the current values aren't updated. Okay, so this is going to take us a little more work, actually, I think. This is going to get us a little bit closer to where we were before. Okay, what's the value with replacing an option? Oh, the ID of the option that will replace the currently selected option. Interesting. That's okay, that's what that is. Okay, no, so we have to update. So my takeaway from this, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that I'm going to have to give it all of the options. And the reason that I say that is because it says if any of the options are not found, no options are updated. Options where the values in the request match the current values aren't updated and aren't reported in the response. So this is where what we were doing before, Susan, comes into play, where we actually need to get all of the options. And then we need to update one of the options. So this is a complex little bit of like text manipulation. So what we would do initially is we want to get the custom field options. So we're going to use get for the context and the context ID option. So we'll come back here. It's 10472. Great. Now, we're not using it in a context, actually, in this case. I don't think it changes anything. Hold on. We'll just look. Get custom field option. Oh, that's interesting. The context, I guess, is probably the default context in that case then, because there's no update custom field option without a context. So let's go look here. Okay, so that tracks. Don't what I want to do. Well, yeah, the default configuration scheme is the context. So the field config scheme ID 10773, that is the context. Okay. That's all the way up here in this tiny little area. Right. So you're managing a configuration scheme. It's giving your custom field ID and then the field config scheme ID. That's your context ID. So I'm going to update that to be that. And I'm going to get I guess I could do it either way. Custom field option. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on, I forgot. Okay. There we go. API 3 custom field option. We can't just use the ID. You just happen to also be able to use the, oh, interesting, a whole different thing. Field context ID option versus custom field option ID. We're going to use the regular one here and see if it supports the default context. And this is still if any of the options are found, no options are updated. So we've got to do this big thing here. All right, so we have the context and we have the options. And so, and we don't need anything in the body. All right, we do need a work item that will work with this. We're going to log this. Okie doke, okie doke, okie doke. And now I'm going to do something that's also really fun to do, which is we are going to actually add a condition that will just straight up stop the run of this automation because we don't want the rest of it to happen yet. Oh, actually, let's do it the easier way. No, we're not going to do the rest of this stuff at the moment. Oh, I actually want to move this up here. Okay, here we go. There we go. Oh, and I want this. Current models are current models. Yeah, that's what I want there. Okay, so now what we've done is we're basically triggering the rule, checking that the request type is this type. We're creating the variable to get the model to disable based on our list that we have. And then we're getting what we currently have in terms of the current models. And then I basically like stopped the whole thing from going any further by basically saying, and then if the environment contains cats, and we don't have any environment even on the field, so it's not going to work. Because the next thing we have to start figuring out is how do I take the current models? And now I need to change one piece of like one value piece and then shove the entire thing back in. So first, we'll see if we can make this operate. So what we'll do is we'll go to our portal. I can't remember, is it going to open the portal? No, not directly. Ha 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 ha. Don't even know if this new thing I put there is available right now. Yes, it is. The stable phone model option. Cool. Yo, suggested articles. Stop it. All right, we're going to get rid of the razor fold. So that's going to go in. Cool. Now we're going to go look at ITS 6258 on the back end. Look at it like we were an individual here. And what we see is for this, I'm going to pin this other one. More fields. It's going to be down here. Where is it? Is it? Oh, phone model. It's right there. Silly me. Okay, cool. So we have the phone model. So now what I want to do is I want to run my remove phone model request and then go check out the audit log. Ooh, yay. Here we go. Some errors. Okay, fair. I wondered if this might happen. Two things might be happening. One, we're using, well, okay, let's go take a look really quickly. Every time, gotta go check the mail. There we go. I think that the token I made last time maybe expired. No, it didn't. So what is true here likely is that when I copied, this makes sense. When I copied the rule, it didn't bring the token with it. And that is like very reasonable. Literally can't remember. I actually could even use the token I already created for the other work. Let me just see that really quick here. That's still hiding in here for me. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and I already have the base 64 of it as well. So nice. I can't remember if this is how I'm supposed to do it. This is one of these problems. It's like everything changes all of the time. So send web request. But authorization, I believe the way that this works is that I'm going to delete this. We're going to add another one. We're going to put authorization. And it's basic, and then just a space, and then the whole thing there. And now we can validate this because we can run it against 6258. There we go. Excellent. Response 200. Okay, headers. There's all the headers. And the payload is, there we go. It gave me all of this information. So if I update this, run successfully. And what we've returned is, almost, Brian. I mean, it's in there, pretty sure. But got to make sure you're formatting your smart values right. Really important. So we just go back, we run it again. Back to our audit log, success. There we go. So it gave us the entire body. So what we need to do is we need to find the one that we want to disable, Motorola Razr Fold. And then we need to update the value to true in disabled. So to do that, we are going to have to look at text manipulation in automation variables. So let's go into the rule. Let me think about how we're going to do this. let's get into this part over here. Okay, let's think about this. We have a JSON key value pair object. Okay, let's think about this here. Okay, we might have to do, let's just think about here. There we go. All right, here we go. Okay. So I think I can turn this into just, all right, let's try this. That body dot values. Because basically what we're looking at here is With the JSON queries in Jira Automation, we can get the details of a set of information here. Interesting. And we might even be able to do that. If I'm right, I don't have to store it that way. I could just grab it, webhook response body.values maybe. And then we can branch against that. And then we can do a conditional compare because you can do an advanced branching, which breaks it all down. Okay, let's see here. Okay, cool. So what we would actually want to do in the rule, rule details, is okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, I was trying to think about some good stuff here. I don't want that. I want to think about just correctly format the JSON going back. Okay, hold on. What's this saying here? Okay. So we're probably going to have to build this thing back up correctly. Okay, that's fine. This actually not that hard. Okay, help Miranda. Help Miranda. All right, web response body dot values, and the smart value is going to be how do they do this? It got too wild. Target attribute. For each smart value, you're looking for that specific thing. Okay. Got it. What we do here then is all right. What is this thing called? Back to that weird page here. Oh, an if compare. Okay. And what was in the audit log? What? Let's look at the API value. Right. So, and it compares two values equals is target attribute dot attribute equals full name. So it's checking to find if that's the right full name. Then add the value to the audit log. Log the new value. And what I would say here given against the new value. Hold on, I'm trying to understand this. Okay. if any of the attribute properties, whew, so if any of the if they consist of full name, then give test user. So then which will be I think this is right. Let's go back to the API. Dot disabled. All right, did I write that correct? Well, I don't know if I wrote that right because the value is disabled, but I'm sticking it in there. So I think that will be right. And then what I would like to do is log right, dot status. Okay. That should work because it's inside of each of these phone models. It's checking if the value equals Motorola Razr. And then if so, it's creating disabled status, which is the disabled status of that one. And so that it's giving me the status straight out. And then I'm going to add, oh, no, that's incorrect almost. We're just making sure here that we are, sorry, I'm so quiet, folks. We're just making sure here that we are getting, that we've built the variable correctly so that we understand everything that we have. So we're just going to tighten this up, and then we're going to run this again and see what happens. So there's a bunch of changes, but basically what we did was we built a branch to pull in all of the different values, and then the advanced branching will go through each set of the values and use the key value pairing effectively, which we see over here as an example. So this is basically what we have coming in, like 1, 2, 3, right? Except it looks like this. ID value disabled, ID value disabled. And so what we're doing is with the branching is branching against the smart value that we created, which is basically the values, right? So then I created that smart value. I think we're going to see if that is part of it will work here, because I don't think I created a smart value. I think what I did is, and maybe I should do that. Let's take a look here. But let's just see what happens, because it may or may not work. If it doesn't, I know why. Let's go back to the audit log. Okay, let's see what happened here. Interesting. So that tracks. That tracks. That means I did not. Right. So what I did here was it wants me. I need to use a smart value for this information that's coming in. So let's do that. How are we doing that here? So we're collecting this information. Dot details is the information. So maybe it's double. It's too far down. So let's see here. That would be. Here we go. Oh, I think I already created this variable, which is hilarious. Yeah. So then I think what I should be able to do is and then how did you do that here? This might be the weird part. No, it kept it in there. So you have webhook data, and then you're using the details. Well, let's see. Literally says it's supposed to work. Oh, is the wait thing enabled? Let's see. Always forget that. It is. Okay. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Equals full name, which is also a variable. Okay. Oh. Wait, hold on. Help me here. No, that should work. Let me look. Right, the full name is the attribute right there. Yep, full name. Okay, but he's not using. Oh, but it's not using quotes. Okay. Because it already does that work, maybe. All right, then we're going to check that it knows what each of these are. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, what do we do here? Oh, the provided smart value couldn't be resolved to an object. Okay, I know what the problem is. I was actually right before, and the problem was something different. Cool. Okay, so here we go. Back into the rule details. Branching. There we go. Hey, Ravi. All right, remove phone model. Let's hit this again. Bam, 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 bam. Go back to our audit log. Success. Cool. Phone model name is, yep, for each one. Motorola Razr Fold. Hey, hey. So there's the name. It did not match the condition. Why? Oh, well, I see why. Because I put a D there. Back to 6258. Run it. Hit that audit log. Bam. All right, so we have the phone model status now. Excellent. This is good. Okay, so now what we have to do is that we need to update this value to true. And I have to think about the easiest way to do this. If you're doing this for like specific values that you already exist, like it can get a little easier because you know what you're going to have in there. But what I'm trying to avoid, like for example, the way we have to do this is you have to format your automation like super wide. Like you have to like manually format your stuff that's going back in Jira automation. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Hold on. Uh Is it this one? No, there's something in here. I saw it. One of these. Hold on. It might be this one. No. Okay. Format JSON in web request body to Jira API. Jira Cloud Automation. It's the one we've been playing around with. Okay, so here it is. This is the thing. Getting the Jira REST API to get the values. Yep, cool. And then we're commenting there when we're doing it, but that's you're commenting that normally. It's not in JSON format. Yep, okay, that's annoying, but that's not what I want. What I want is I'm going to send a web request. And what I want to be able to do, ultimately, let's show off what we're looking to be able to do here, friends, just so everybody knows what the format should look like. So this is what we're trying to send. So we found the Motorola Razr Fold. What we really want to do actually at this point is create a new variable. Is actually, we want to send a webhook response. So if we find this, here we go. All right, rule details. I don't know if I can do that. I was going to compare film wallet to value, then create so disabled status. So then create disabled status, and then we probably want to hop out, because then what we want to do is take disabled status and update it. But it's only creating that variable, so I actually want to do it inside the context. That's the fun part. In phone model value equals Motorola Razr Fold, then actually what we want to do is add an action, send web request. And this is the hard part, is I need to update. Like what I'm looking for is how do you turn smart values into effective JSON? All right, we have this whole body here. Okay. So I can get the web response.body.values. And then I need to turn it back up into an array. But that means I don't want all of the web response body values. I want all of them except one, and then I want to stick another one in. I'm honestly a little stuck on this one. I'm interested if anybody else has any ideas. I'm going to so I'm asking ChatGPT because sometimes this is where we go. So let me share my screen so we can just sort of see what we're doing here. So what do we need to do? We need to update a custom field option in Jira Cloud using version 3 of the REST API in a Jira Cloud automation. I've managed to pull down the current values, and actually I'm going to help this guy out. Haha, I forgot we could do this. And that's great. Okay, so like a lot of this stuff right now I don't need. We can build it back in later. Oh, it hurts to get released. Okay, so okay, let me grab that REST API. Update custom field options context. Ah! Why did it do that? I just wanted this part. Of course. Ah! I'm back in the other view. Oh my gosh, friends. I'm switched over to ChatGPT. I'm switched back to Jira. I'm just grabbing the URL, getting the URL in. What I'm doing, and let me explain it really quick because this is helpful, is I'm putting, let me just switch again. I'm building out, I'm going to help ChatGPT answer this question by giving it as much of the information as I can about what I already know. And then the context is 10773. Okay, so that's that there. So I'm going to send this web request back. I want to post it. I believe, let's confirm that that's what we're doing here. Now we want to put. So we use a put. Um, all right, I'm going to tell it that the custom data in that section is fake. But that's the structure of it. So I'm going to export the rule in JSON and give it to it, because then it can use that information to help me answer my question. And yes, in a better world, I would have like the Rovo thing on here and I would let it answer the question for me. But honestly, I haven't gotten there yet. So we're going to get there. All right. Values and all right, give it some notes here too. Let's see. Some notes. Model to disable is, oh, that might be in the JSON. Let me look. So I'm now looking at the automation rule JSON. If you've never seen this is a great thing to look at too. Let me give you a... There we go. It's not currently pretty printed, and I'm not even sure if I have that function in here. Well, I know this. It exists in the world, so here. Oh. There we go. So we can see here basically, okay, so it does grab the smart value, the custom field ID. So it does contain probably all of the information I need to give it. So now I'm telling it, basically, we'll switch back over. The custom body in the Jira issue outgoing webhook action is a placeholder. You can find always give it pointers to where it needs to go. There we go. Let's see what it gives us. Oh. It says I don't need to send all the options, just the one I want to change. I don't buy it because the documentation says Ah, ah, Well, this is easier than I thought. This is why we check, friends. If any of the options are not found, no options are updated. What that means is if you send an invalid option, none of them will be updated. But you do not have to send them all, which makes sense. It would have been really terrible to have to send them all. But I thought we had to. Okay, so all we have to do is at this point, if the value, okay, got it. There you go. Yeah. So what's left then is this. All right, here we go. Let's get it done. If it equals the Motorola Fold, then we are going to send this data. And what we're going to send specifically is just the options we need, which looks like this. It only runs if put these basic things in. And then what we want to do is add our authorization header. So the reason this works is because we only have to send the specific values that we're sending. So all right now we're going to do this. We're just going to see how it goes. Basically an example of we're building as we go. Deleted the other pieces because we can clean those up in a second, but it's mostly important that I show you guys that this works as we're already at 3:50 p.m. So let's do this. All right, remove phone model. Let's go to our audit log. All right, what's the problem here? Error found in the HTTP body response. It's not formatted correctly. What's wrong? Oh, Well, here's the fun part. Um, All right, I'm trying to figure out here. There's a way. Here's the site I want to show you, a webhook.site. This thing is amazing. I just want to see what's getting sent. I just want to make sure that it's being sent correctly. So I can go here. I can go here. I'm going to go to my, remove phone model, the rule details, and we're going to change the place that it's going. Well, before I do that, let me paste some things and save them. Okey-doke. Take this, drop this in here, update. We'll go to our 6258. We will hit our remove phone model. And then we'll go over here. And here came a request. So it shows exactly what was in there. So now what we do is we check against the REST API. Ah. The body's got to have options in it. So the correct format will be something like this. Ah. We close that, we close that, we close that. It does need maybe one more of these down here. And it needs to go back to the place that it was going before. So let's update that. And you can test it. The weird part here is what's going to happen is that it's going to make the change, which I guess is fine. So let's do this. Oop, there you go. Fix that. Content type is a little broken there. Application.json. There we go. What are we missing, friends? What are we missing? I mean, the last time we did this, it just no, like it had options in there too. Options. Oh, okay. I see the one thing it could be. In fact, I think I just fixed the wrong problem last time. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can make this happen. Why? The ID has to be provided. Oh, yes. Okay, that makes sense. That's perfect. That's perfect. It doesn't know the ID because it's not actually running against a specific thing. It won't parse the smart values. Okay, here we go. And this is a little important because we're just about done, and I'm going to encourage everybody to go to what the Atlassian developer team is doing next, which is about how admins can use Rovo and code to help with the work that they're doing. Oh, this is fun. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we back? Oh, did it not run? I have no idea what happened now. Oh gosh, let me go back. Oh, in progress. What? There we go. Oh, it did take a little while. Okay. All right, the easiest way for us to check really quickly is to actually just, we're going to go over to custom fields. Motorola's laser fold is disabled, friends. We did it. All right, great work. Hey, we're going to be back next week. Same time, same channel. We're probably going to do this more often because honestly, you can see it takes a while to get through some of these really great, really thorny, really hairy options. I might do some stuff async as well to help get through them. But folks, I'm going to go ahead and put these things together and put them out as well so that you guys can access them. Susan, I'll send you yours as well so that you have it. And yes, Susan, in 2 weeks, we can do the transition to Forge. Sounds great. All right, folks, thanks so much and take care. I recommend that you go to what the Forge team is doing right now, which is this incredible event that they have happening. Let me just grab the URL for you all. Here it is. This is where you should go. There you go. Empowering Jira admins through Rovo and Forge. All right, folks, go check that out. Thanks so much and take care. Don't forget to like and subscribe.